else inside myself, stacked up and lighting on fire. So I try not to think about if you're fine and happy now without me. Say that I'll be okay. I don't think this love will fade or leave. I guess we fell out of love. I know to blame the both of us. How the hell did you move on? Why is it taking me so long? I know we gave it all we had, took all the good times with the bad. How the hell did you move on? Why is it taking me so long? Taking me so long. Taking me so long.
I'm stuck out the door, the rain fades away. The sky say the worst part's over. One moment before I started to fade and suddenly found the clover. It's finally time that I get the most out of life. Tonight I'm alright. All the signs say the world will be mine. It doesn't always happen just like this, but it's just like this. 'Cause luck is on my side. You don't always catch a ring like this, but it'll stay like this. 'Cause luck is on my Let's change my fate, feels like fantasy. Too good to be true, I'm dreaming. On one perfect day, in pure harmony, I found so much to believe in. It's finally time that I get the most out of life. Tonight I'm alright. All the signs say the world will be mine. It doesn't always happen just like this, but it's just like this. 'Cause luck is on my side. You don't always catch a ring like this, but it'll stay like this. 'Cause luck is on my side.
Hello, hello, hello. Bandits with us, claiming that first. I'm doing well. Had a good work day. Really good work day. Alright, let's move that over here. Alright. And Trav's with us today. How you doing, Trav? So great to see you. So, I did a thing today for Spectre. There's stream recording. Now, streaming is still turned off. You can't stream to Spectre systems The cost to run them is just too much. Plus, nobody really used them that much, so yeah. But we have this new recording, which records your stream as is. So you send it to Twitch and then it records. And then they're deleted after 24 hours. This was because yesterday's stream, right? We all remember yesterday's stream. It was a big stream. It was 11 hours. My VOD server, even though I was streaming to the VOD server, so there's the VODs, right here. It's streaming. It's working, and there's the multi-output there. But this is the VOD recording. It's sending data like it was yesterday, and yet I don't have a video file for yesterday. So I needed a way for backup. Now, the same script that runs for Spectre, I also have running on my home server, which is just a secondary thing. Just in case, like something happens, I can always grab it locally. But it's a cool little thing. So if you want to have VODs and live audio VODs, they're available for 24 hours here. Now, I will be building a page where the viewers can look back over your recorded VOD. You know, sort of like a way what I did with my VOD page. This VOD page here. So you can watch. Obviously this is broken, but watch it live, and then here's the live archive. But there's the 28th. Alright, there's the 28th. There's the 14-hour one. But there's no Sunday stream. There's no first. No 3? Yeah, no 3. So it's a way for me to have the backup. Not move to billing, move to important. But yeah, we did this. And this is the code. So it's up on GitHub. Now, we've been working on this auto recorder for quite some time, but I actually did finish it today. So this all works properly. But yeah, there's recording. And it's what we do. We pull it from Twitch. But yeah, not a lot of coding, but a lot to think about. So yeah. But yeah. Today I'm going to relax, get some more work done, because there's a lot still to be done. But I wanted to mention the new thing for Spectre and to actually see it recording and and whatnot. So but yeah, the recording's there. You can enable it. Videos are stored for 24 hours. Then they're removed, so you can download them. Well, hopefully downloading works. I'm going to test that after my stream, but obviously. Wyatt's first PC is here, everyone. Watch out. Oh, wow. Love that idea, for sure. Yeah, the whole recording. I mean, Twitch does have VODs, but I have two audio tracks. So there's my audio tracks there. There's live, and there's VODs. So live is actually what's being recorded, and the VODs is what's being saved to Twitch VODs and when people make clips. So there's a different like music track and everything. Non-copyright track and all that kind of stuff. But I haven't showed this screen for quite some time. I've got a projector of the puzzle overlay, so I can always see what's going on with the puzzle. And I've put my Ed Start on the top right of my screen, so I can always just glance up and know what's going on with ads and stuff like that. Now, let me... So this is at 45% today. So we'll add that in. And then there's the stream, the other view. That's OBS. And then... And this button should work. Yep, that button will work. And that's the VOD music. So the music gets played through here. But this is where Spectre streams, so that's the live stream for Spectre right now. Yeah, it's been 140 hours, 9 minutes and 53 seconds since I have restarted OBS on that computer. Because it streams 24/7. Keep on trying. Sitting here falling asleep sitting up. I think that means it's time to crawl into bed for real. Have a productive stream and I'll see you in a few hours most likely. No worries. You sleep well and wake rested. I am absolutely going to put the puzzle up and I am actually going to do a bit of work myself. Because I have a bit to get going. But I shall see you back in a few hours. That is for sure. Song requests are open. And I'll be here if anyone wants to chat. Holiday. Holiday. Oh. Call it a day. Knew it was coming up somewhere. Although, what was I thinking? It's still a great song. What was that thing? Another phone? Oh, wait, what? Yep. What was that thing? Just remember a little too. But what was I thinking? What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Like a bullet, we were gone again. What was I thinking? Hydrate. I can do that.
I'm a potato.
The water bottle's taking a little bit to sink. It'll update in a little bit. All behind me. Did you wipe? Behind me. Don't wanna hold me. Not on me. In my heart. Hurt me. Tore it all to pieces. Unbelievers. Some high achievers. The desert road. Hey, Shrimp. It's good to see you. How you doing? Extremely hurt? Oh no, Shrimp. I'm so sorry. Everything alright? Obviously, you don't have to share. Share anything in stream. Just hope you're doing alright. You just feel like your now ex-friend stabbed you in the back? Oh no. That is the worst. I'm so sorry. Could be fine, let's go.
Your truth is coming close, close, close. Your truth is coming close. And though you've walked 1,000 miles and there's a way to go, I want what you
All right, sorry, I was knee deep into writing an email. So your friend got attacked a few weeks ago, and this guy in the GC pretty much laughed at her for it. Well, you tried to help her. Had a few nights ago, you kicked him out of the GC. He's been kicked 3 times before. Wow. I told the people in the GC that if they had him back, you'd leave. She had him back twice already. She had him back again, even after everything, knowing I wasn't comfortable with him in the chat. So you left, and apparently, apparently, you all agreed to let him back in. Yeah. I mean, you never got a say in it. Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. That's completely understandable. I'm so sorry that you're all going through that. You don't need to apologize for venting. This is a safe space for everyone. It even made you cry, and you rarely cry. I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
disappear inside my phone. Text every girl that I've ever known. That I've ever known. That I've ever known. I heard that love can last forever. I tried to find it, but I can never be happy without you.
Alright, that's email now sent. What you're most out about. She clearly wanted him in the group chat, even after all the drama he's caused. Was blaming / laughing at her for getting attacked. Well, you did your best to try and keep the group chat peaceful and help others. She puts me away with that move pretty much. Yeah, that's very, very understandable. And to be honest, I'd be the exact same. Like, you know, I'm trying to help and, you know, just trying to be, you know, mindful of everyone else's decisions and stuff like that. But like, if that's clearly happened and you know, they shouldn't be in that chat, so it's just like, you're gonna add them back, then I'm just gonna leave. I don't have the energy or time to put up with that shit. So I would agree. I would just leave. So. Dramatic? Oh my god. You don't want your mental health anymore? Messed up than it already is? Yeah. Yeah, no, you take care of you. Always take care of you first. Like, I'm all for helping people. And I'll be there for people in a heartbeat if I'm asked to be there. But if you don't want the help, then I'm sorry, there's nothing that I can do. And I'm not going to waste my time and put my mental health at risk to try and help someone that doesn't want to be helped. And that's sort of what happened in my last relationship too. I'd been with my partner for years. Years and years and years. And then the last probably 6 months, it was just emotionally, like, tiring to stay in the relationship. And ultimately, like, you know, that's it, I'm sorry, we've got to break up. I wish you the best of luck, but I can't continue to put myself at risk. Your ex joked about self-harm and suicide. You left him the next day? Oh, absolutely.
Hey, listen.
Yep, don't blame you there. Oh my lord. It's ironic. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Thank you so much for stamping the loyalty card.
You shot and missed Gary. Ironic, hey. That's 3 times you've shot at zombies.
You took a shot and you missed Gary. Gary survives another day. He knows you have mental health issues
You
as well.
shot Greg in the neck. Shrimp for Felix. That's 1 time you shot at zombies.
And he thought it was funny. Oh, that's just terrible. I'm so sorry you've got to go through all that. And you shot Greg in the neck! Poor Greg. You good? You've been really sick? Oh no! Oh my god. Haven't been around very much, yeah. I've noticed. There's no streams. Haven't been in chat. I was. Like, to be honest, if I showed you my to-do list, which I'm not, I can't show you my to-do list, but if I didn't have sensitive stuff on my to-do list, one of the items is to message you and ask you how you're doing, because it's been a while since I last spoke to you. But me, how have I been going? In the last week, I've been okay. Prior to that, pretty good actually. About a week ago, I was notified of a family death, which is not ideal, and it's kind of hit us pretty hard. And I won't talk about it too much because it's still really, really. Anyway, very, very moving on. So I've been dealing with that, and I've just been trying to do work, stream, play games, hang out with the community, and just do something else. So, yeah. But I've been okay. Like, just been trying to keep busy. Rip Greg. Yeah, I know, right? Poor Greg. Shot in the neck. Every time you start streaming again, something happens. Oh, I know, right? It's either like gremlins or just general bad luck. Like, it's just awful. You're so sweet. You're welcome. Yeah, it's on my list to message a few people. You had another family death 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's not the best feeling. It's not the best feeling. You need to get some soju, no worries. Did I say that right? I know I've asked that before, but have I said it right again? And hope to die. To the end of time. Gonna buy some grog? No worries. I think we all need it. That's what Shrimp's going to get. Hedgehog, it is so great to see you. How are you doing? You're home from work? Not too bad. That's good. You're just having dinner. So am I. What's for dinner? But I'm doing okay. Keep him busy. There's a new Spectre feature out today. What feature? This feature. You have your soju. Nice. It's a completely independent feature. Stream recording. The system automatically records your stream. So there's my stream right now, being recorded. That's why it's a part file. But yeah, all you got to do is just enable it, and that's it. You're gonna get a bit drunk. Sorry if your spelling will be off. That's okay. We all deserve it. I mean, I'm almost finished my coffee, and I'm gonna pour myself a glass in a minute as well. Has anyone ever used Google Gemini? Oh, there's ads. I'll wait first.
I'm a
from the start, now you tear me apart. I gave you my trust, but you treated me like I couldn't see. I thought you were the one, but I know that I'll never be the girl that you need. You feel the same.
You'll have a bit.
Back of her mind.
Yeah. You need a drink too, Hedgehog.
Wiped away the dust from my eyes.
Keep on going, don't slow down.
Wanna be where you are.
My, oh, the devil knows you're there.
Tear me apart. Gave you my trust, but you treated me like I couldn't see. I thought you were the one, but I know
Oh, okay.
that you need.
That was my Gemini question. Well, I'll explain more after ads.
Wiped away the dust from my eyes.
Back from ads. You've used Google Gemini to make your ex bold. The generative AI by Google. Yes? Oh, okay. Anyway, they've got this. It's not a new function, but they've got this function called deep research. And I've used it before, but I've been doing some deep research about some old programming. Like, over the years, how has programming evolved? Because I'm kind of like genuinely curious about what programming looked like in the 90s when, you know, technology and the internet became a thing. And, well, the actual internet is older than the internet that we know it as now. I believe it was called ARPANET. It was a research agency network. Before the wider, you know, the internet kind of thing. But anyway, I've been doing some really deep research, and it's like really, really good. Like, it goes into some really, really great things. So it's like the research that we're doing now is like investigating the role of code, like the current research is what I'm asking it to pull together. Is I've told it investigate the role of coding in the development of artificial intelligence and machine learning, focusing on how algorithms have transformed data processing and hardware design for GPUs and TPUs in modern day technology. And it's like really thrown back some pretty fantastic information, and it's just outrageous the amount of information that's actually on the internet about like these particular topics. Now, I'm all for one using like AI to you know, you ask it a question like, you know, you've forgotten something and you're just quickly asking a question, or like, you know, what if I use this word in this context, is this like grammatically correct? You know, you can use it for that kind of stuff, and that's great. What you shouldn't use generative AI for is like writing essays and like doing your work for you. Now, that extends into programming and coding. Now, everyone knows my view on that. I've spoken about it many times, but just to touch on it now, obviously, GitHub Copilot is pretty much the face of all coding now. Like, anywhere and everywhere you see artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all of these different apps building websites and mobile apps in like 30 seconds, and it's functional. Like, it makes no sense of how it works, but it kind of does make sense of how it works if you know programming, that is. But in the grand scheme of things, what you shouldn't do is use the generative AI, especially the Codex modules, to write code using AI to build your app. Like, that is just... Now, I don't care if you put me out of the job. My job is not to program. My job is to... I work in corporate technology. I've mentioned this many times. I support my colleagues in technology. I mentioned that my company has many different divisions. We cover a massive amount of different things, from technology, obviously technology, to even educational resources for schools. Like, we cover a massive amount of products. The company that I work for has many different products, and it sells to many different branches. So I work in corporate technology, and I support all of my reception staff, the call center people, the sales team, and people log tickets to me to fix things and stuff like that. So, yeah. What you shouldn't use AI for is building things, because it can be wrong and it can be very, very tiring. Because we've actually been through this when Google brought out Anti-Gravity, which is Google's coding program. It's built on Visual Studio Code, but it's Google, it's Anti-Gravity. Anyway, not the point. I've actually streamed me using it and giving it prompts, and you saw how quickly that I got frustrated with it, because I was always having to reprompt it. Like, no, don't do that. That's wrong. Nope, you've used that function incorrectly. Don't do that. And the one thing that it kind of stopped doing was prompting me to say, am I okay to write this? Because the first prompt that I ever told it was, do not write code until I tell you to write code. Let's talk through this first, and let's understand together so we're on the same page. But no, by the end of it, it stopped doing that completely. It was just, oh, you want to do that, or we're going to talk about that? All right, I'll write that code right now. And I'm just like, no, don't fucking write anything. And see, even now, like, I'm still really annoyed about that. But what I do use coding AI for is auto tab completes. So when I'm programming in my Visual Studio, it comes up with a, let's call it ghost text. And I can hit tab, and then it writes that for me. I only use that for one reason and one reason only, to save time. I'm already writing that, and I'm reading what it's suggested. And if it's what I am writing or what I planned to write, Obviously, I'm going to accept that change, speeding up my programming by at least 50%, so I can get features out and fix bugs quicker. That's what you should use Codex for. You have the app, but you haven't been on it since then, yeah. AI steals art as well. Yes, it does. Yep. You have the Pro subscription for Code Academy and tried out their AI learning feature. Oh no. It's very cool, but sadly a bit broken. Yep. You ran into an unsolvable question really early on. Oh no. You're back with food and booze. Ooh. Now, I don't think Hedgehog replied. What do you have for dinner, Hedgehog? And I'm going to ask the same question for Ironic. What do you got for dinner? You're back for food. What'd you get for food? Oh, fish and chips. Nice. And egg and bacon rolls. Nice. Very nice. And you had sausages. Nice. You bought 2 more lottery tickets. That makes 8 now. Wow. Yeah, definitely in it to win it. DM'd me the broken question. It's not possible to answer this correctly with the options provided. Yep, you open HTML, you open head, you close head, then you've got your body tags and you close HTML. But... okay. Yep, that's really broken. Main, body, and header, and you use, and that had nothing like that. Okie dokie. Wow. You need to win so you can get out of the UK. You hate it there? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'd love to win the lottery. That'd be nice. I would buy my house. Instead of getting a mortgage and paying off the house, I would buy my house. That's if I win enough. Let's be honest, if I win enough. And I will probably go on probably another month-long holiday. Not to America, not at these times, but maybe to somewhere. But maybe not right away. Like, put money aside and go, right, I'm going to spend another month in another country. Fortunately, you can skip to the next section, but that's not helpful if you're learning the basic HTML. Yes, very, very true. You should find out by 10 PM tonight. Oi. For anyone that's interested, I had chicken rissoles with chips or fries, depending on what you call them, with a black pepper gravy. You'd spend a month fishing in Vanuatu? Oh, that sounds so good. I'll join you. Yummy. That sounds delicious. It was really good. That was really good. If you get one ticket with all the numbers correct, even the bonus numbers, you'll win 10k a month for the next 30 years without having to buy more tickets. It's 3.6 million. Wow. We have a lottery in Australia called Set for Life, and it's similar. It's you receive it's $20,000 a day for 20 years. That's the one here in Australia. Oh, not a day, sorry. 20,000 a month. A day? That's a lot of money. No, $20,000 a month. Because when Hedgehog said, holy shit, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably a little bit too much. Is it a day or... No, it's a month. I had to remember. $20,000 a month for 20 years if you play Set for Life. Goes to show how much money they actually make. Oh, yeah. $20,000 a month for 12 months. What's that? 2024. Carry the what? Carry the extra zero? Yeah, 240 grand a year? Yeah, 240 grand a year. Times 20 years, that's... what? Times by 2, carry the extra zero, that's... What, 4.8 million? Yeah. Yeah, 4.8 million. Which, I mean, is not a lot of money. But when you think about it, $20,000 a month, right? If your monthly expenses, like most average households in Australia, is less than $5,000 a month, that's $15,000 just sitting in your account doing nothing. You can put that into a term deposit or in a high-interest savings account and just live off the interest. Like, it is absolutely ridiculous if you win Set for Life, which is why it's called Set for Life. You'd put a massive chunk into super? Yeah? We can put it into super. You could get out of the UK with that. Well, it's 20,000 Australian dollars a month. You could travel? Yeah, you absolutely could travel. You want a $5 on a Set for Life. First time, that's pretty good. Alright, my dinner's done. I think it says a fair bit about the state of the world that the first thing most people would do is to buy a house. Yeah. Yeah, if you won a chunk of money, regardless of how much money it is, that's your deposit for a house, or at least a huge chunk of the payment towards the house. And I'm telling you now, if I bought a ticket and I won... I don't know, what is the jackpot? Is it... Oh, what's the lucky jackpot? I saw it on the news. Was it like 100 grand or something like that? I don't know what it is, but let's just say, for argument's sake, let's say it's 100 grand. That is a massive chunk on a house. Like, taking into consideration that the Australian government dropped the deposit for buying a house to 5%. If you're going to buy a house that's, I don't know, 400 or 1,000 and you put 100 grand down, that's great. You'll pay that house off in, 15, 20 years. Obviously, you wouldn't put all of your 100 grand. You'd put some away and, make sure it's all locked away in term deposit or a high interest savings. Yeah. In the UK, it's 10 grand. Yep. Can still travel somewhere. Yeah, true. You got 8 tickets on Set for Life. No. You got to win at least something. Very, very true. The most I think I've ever won is a ticket. And when I don't play it very, very often. Like, I might, throw... $6 at a ticket or something because that's how much a ticket is. And if I win $3, then I win $3. If I win $10, then so be it. But the Powerball, I do know the Powerball is 30 million this Thursday. And we have, well, not we as in me, I mean we as in my family, has got a ticket in the 30 million. Just because it was 30 million, so, go and throw 30... $30 at a ticket or something like that. And someone who won the lottery and did exactly that? Amazing house with a huge offset account? Yeah. Yeah, we've got a business client that won 25 million, probably 10 years ago. And they're retired. They're in their 40s, right? They're retired. Have an amazing house that they built, have a little bit of land, and have a ridiculously amazing internet connection that I set up for them all those years ago when they first won the money. They paid, this was before NBN Fiber was a thing too, by the way. They paid $148,000 for a dedicated fiber cable to be ran to their house, which is ridiculously expensive. And it's called a lease line. That's what it is. You can research lease lines, but it's essentially one dedicated line, one wavelength dedicated to you. And what this lease line you could do is you could resell it if you like. But they don't. The monthly bill on that is $1,200 a month for that internet connection, but they also have 5 gigabit symmetrical. That's 5,000 meg down and 5,000 meg up, and this was almost 10 years ago. Their internet is amazing. I actually spoke to them. I checked in with them. I check in with them quite often. And I'm like, how's things going? Oh, we're going all right. How's your system? How's your computers? Yeah, we're pretty good. That's nice. If you need anything, we're always here. We know. So, yeah. You won the jackpot, 10,000 a month for 30... If you won the jackpot, 10,000 a month for 30 years, you'd get yourself dream apartment, yeah? A fun little trick you were taught is to pay house loans off bi-weekly instead of monthly. You end up paying an extra payment every year and will pay it off sooner. Yes, that's correct. See, the thing is, people don't know that little trick. Now, I know that trick because, you know, I've been doing some research because I'd like to buy a house pretty soon, actually. I'm in a comfortable position where I can buy a house. And with the government, the Australian government, lowering the deposit to 5%, that's like making my life goal even closer. It's one step closer, which is amazing. Anyway, the monthly payment that they tell you, just make the payments fortnightly because, like Ironic K said, you end up making extra payments. So, for example, if you paid it, like in just this January, was it January? Yeah, just in January, myself, a few other people that I know, like a few other friends, I receive my check from work bi-weekly. In January, I received 3 checks, which is amazing. My first check paid half of all of my bills for the month of January. The second check paid the other half of the bills. The third check went directly into savings because I paid for everything. I bought games and I did other things, and I put the rest into savings. If you paid your mortgage just for the month of January and say that your mortgage is I don't know, let's say your mortgage is realistic, right? Let's say it's $2,000 a month, right? You'd pay $1,000 bi-weekly, just because you split it in half. But in the month of January, that's $3,000 now. You've made your $2,000 commitment for the monthly, but you've also put another $1,000 down because you're paying it bi-weekly. But yes, I do know that trick, and that was actually told to me by another colleague, which has recently bought a house, and they've discovered if they do pay it bi-weekly when they get their check, both her and her husband get their check, and they pay it bi-weekly, they end up making at least 3 extra payments a year, which is amazing. Like, that's minimum. Sometimes, I think, when they did buy their house, and I mean recently, like, beginning of last year, kind of, they moved into their house that they bought. Within last year, I think they made 5 extra payments, I think. Because when I asked, and I said, how many extra payments did you make? And I think she said 5, which is amazing. But yeah, it's... yeah, I knew about that. You legit just want a small apartment for yourself. Pet-friendly one in Japan. See, living in Japan would be nice, but would you learn, like, Japanese? And would you learn all the, like, the languages? Like, would you go and learn Cantonese and Chinese and do all that and do the tour of Southeast Asia? And if you head down further, like, further south, to, like, Singapore, are you going to learn Singapore? Or what is the language of Singapore? Is it Singaporean? Like, you speak Singaporean? I think it's Singaporean, right? It's like Singaporean Mandarin or something. It's a Mandarin language. Anyway, you speak some Japanese already? Nice. Yeah. You learnt it through shorts, to be honest. Yeah, nice. Japan can also be a very judgmental place towards outsiders. Really? I did not know that. I know the French can be very judgmental, even if you speak French. I was going to say, even if you speak French, that's perfectly, you know, that's perfect English right there. Yeah, you speak France. No. If you speak French, I do know that French people is just like, you try and speak French to them, and they speak English to you. And like I know this for a fact because one of my colleagues actually went over to Paris. Him and his husband, yes, husband, you heard that right. Him and his husband went over to Paris for an anniversary. And he speaks fluent French. He learnt it in school, and he still continues to speak it and, you know, use it in his day-to-day life. He's one of our bilingual people in the company, and he speaks with some of our French contractors. Their English is not so good, so he uses hydrate. I can do that. He uses, he gets to use his French and all that. And I asked him, how did it go over in France? And he told me, and it's the funniest thing that he ever told me. He goes, because he speaks fluent French, like he's absolutely fluent French. He told me he spoke perfect French at a cafe, and the lady responded to him in English. And I'm like, that's funny. I'm sorry, but that's really funny. And he went up and, you know, started the conversation in French, like bonjour and, you know, hello, how are you doing? What is it? Bonjour, ça va, or something like that. I haven't spoken French in many years, because I also learnt it in school, but school was almost 15 years ago. But anyway, yeah, he speaks fluent French, and yeah, he went up, started the conversation in French. He just wanted, you know, like a coffee or whatever he said. And yeah, the lady behind the counter responded to him in English. Still the funniest thing when I think about it. Not everywhere. Oh, you get judged every day in the UK, so you don't care. Yeah. Not everywhere and not everyone, but it can be, especially if you don't know the culture and customs. That's very, very true. Very, 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 very true. Right, so we'll hydrate. And Ironic's got some lotto numbers. And Shroom's got some lotto numbers. Rude, I mean, it is a bit rude, but also it's like really funny. Like, let's be fair, it is funny. You learnt Indonesian in school. Was borderline fluent for a while. Wow. Can you speak, like, can you remember a little bit of the language, or is it like it's completely forgotten now? In the UK, you can't get out. You can't go out with short sleeves without being stared at and judged. What's wrong with wearing short sleeves? It's hilarious how they can just pick you. I know. It's just like, yeah, they're not French. Absolutely, yeah, they're not French. You can count to 10, introduce yourself, but most of it is gone. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the same with me and German. I can say, so I can say, hello, my name is, and then my name. So, hello, hello, hello. It's like a really weird H, hello. Hello, mine name ist. Ist is is. And then obviously, you know, Lachlan. But yeah. 9, yeah, no. Jar is yes. Wissenschaft is science. What other words do I remember? Heal? Unhurt? Jar is pronounced Yar? Yeah. Hail. How do you spell the salute word for bad guy? Bad guy? The one bad German who ruined history with the weirds. What? Oh, like Adolf Hitler. Um. Yeah. It is Heil Hitler. Which means Heil means it means pretty much as it is. It's, you know, my leader sort of thing. Like it's like you'd say Your Royal Highness to like a princess or a queen, right? Hail in German is essentially that. But what the German did a lot, especially during those times, is Heil mein Führer, which meant Hail my leader, which is essentially just like, you know, when greeting Adolf Hitler directly, that's what they would say. I've watched a lot of documentaries about that. But yes, yes, you're very, very right about that. But I can also swear in German. Like, I mean, everyone can swear in German. Like, Scheiße is pretty much the word for everything. Like, you know, shit, fuck, bitch. It's pretty much, you know, an interchangeable swear word. But if you want to say like fuck you, it's like fick dich. Fick dich. But yeah. Guten Morgen, Guten Tag is good morning and good afternoon. Guten Morgen, Labia is good morning, dear. So that's like a you're talking to your partner, your girlfriend, your wife. You're saying good morning to your lovely partner. So it's like saying good morning, dear, and stuff like that. What else do I know? Mutterflicker is motherfucker. Futza is a pretty big one. That translates to cunt. Yeah, I learned to swear in German. You got taught how to swear in Tagalog? Nice. Shrimp's also learning Tagalog as well. What else do I remember in German? I can kind of remember to count. It's eins, is it eins? Eins, zwei, zwei. Eins, zwei, drei, three. Vier, four? That's all I can get to. Yeah. Oh my god, really? Horny. Oh my god. I wish it was. I wish it was. I wish it was. And I wish it was you. You had some fun co-workers. Oh, I bet. I bet. Ah! Oh. It's almost time to trim my mustache. I just tried to take a drink of coffee and got like half a lip of hair. I know that's disgusting and I'm sorry, but that's exactly what just happened. $40-something and like 36 of them were Filipino. Wow. He had 40 co-workers and 36 of them were Filipino. Yeah. But you know how to spell thick thighs? Thick thighs save lives. And you can say that in Japanese? Oh, you know how to spell it in Japanese? Wow. You were also the only girl of the team when they taught me all of this. Wow. That is fantastic. That's really, really awesome. You can spell and say it? Nice. Love it. Yeah, that's amazing. The middle of the night, the doorbell in the broad daylight. Letter in the mail that I'm home to. See two people on the street, laughing like they don't care who sees. Such a used to do. I wish it was me, and I wish it was you. I wish it was me, and I wish it was you. I wish it was you. Enjoy. Oh my god, that's awesome. And so if we run that through Spectre to translate. That is awesome. Oh my god, that is awesome. That's a more literal translation? Yeah, because Spectre uses a translation module. It's an API call. What'd you do wrong? I probably did not detect the language. Must have been the roses and the wine. Maybe this unexplainable smile. Oh, thanks. Oh, it's too short. It means boobs. Oh. We're so childish. Time? Oh, yeah, I fixed that. Sorry. Rumor has it you love me too. Yeah, I fixed that. And the one, maybe this unexplainable smile. I'm curious what the puzzle on screen looks like finished. We can see what it looks like that's going to be finished. Roses in the wine, unexplainable smile. Oh, there's so much that's happened to Spectre that you probably have not seen. Oh, my tabs. You ignore my tabs. That's free games on Steam. This is my Goodreads, which needs to be refreshed to update. There it is. That's what I'm listening to a bunch of Audible original audiobooks. There's Audible right there. Email. That's Google Voice. There's the old Spectre Trello board with all the completed things because we've moved it. This is something that I've been looking at. You started the Goodreads? Exclamation point books. Go and add me. I found this website and I started looking at it and building a profile. It's meant to track your games, but I don't like how they do it. Add you, how do I do that? If you do exclamation point books, it'll give you a link to my profile. Click on that link, and then you should, if you're logged in, you should see an add friend button up near my profile. But yeah, this is meant to be like a ranking kind of thing and stuff like that, and then importing your games and your favorite games, and yeah. My phone just gave me that notification. Ironic Hay wants to be your friend. Accept. There we go. But yeah, you can add all types of things in it, and yeah, I started the account and then I started building the profile, and then I just didn't like how they actually did the whole thing. So I want to play things. Obviously I want to play things, and there's a voting thing. Currently playing games, played games, and ranking, all that kind of stuff. That's great and all, but I don't like how they're displayed on their website. That's the next tab is something else. Oh yeah, this tab someone recommended to me for a cat cam. Now I do have cat cam. Obviously, Jester is not at cat cam, so I can't turn cat cam on. But someone suggested if he's going to be elsewhere, I could set up an old phone, and I do have an old phone, and I could set this up so it's tabbed. But yeah, what is this? Oh, this is water drops. flavored water. Oh, Blessington. This is where I buy my watches. I have a watch by them already. I got it when it was on sale. It was like $250 odd, something like that. And they've still got a sale on. What is this? Oh, TFM Johnny. Someone on TikTok. And they make music, so I tabbed it to look at the music. That's like a cheap store for cologne and perfume. Someone's, recommended that I buy my stuff from there, but like, these are like inspired by and knockoff brands and all that, because I've got Christian Dior's Sauvage, and it is not, and I'll tell you now, it is not $50. It's a lot more than that. I'll be right back. I have a phone call.
Cause you are on my mind, all of my days and every single night. There ain't no way to get you off my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You'll never get away from me. Cause you are on my mind, all of my days and every single night. There ain't no way to get you off my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You'll never get away from me.
Sorry about that. Had a client call. Alright, what have I missed? Because when clients call, I open up everything. I open up their profile, I open up their website, because that was a website client. I'm like, what are they calling about? Right. Jason uses I'm not even gonna attempt to pronounce that, but okay. Someone translate what you wrote. You laughed so hard you peed. Wow. Have fun with random Japanese, you know. Yep. Don't translate till I'm back. Well, I'm back. Hello. Never Gonna Give You Up. Great song. Great song. Very meme-like, but great song. Don't poop after taking a shower? Why don't poop after taking a shower? Oh, ads started. Oh, what timing. Poop before shower? Yeah. I mean, I kind of understand why you don't poop after taking a shower, like you just cleaned, but yeah. Any other guy, I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. I'm gonna make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run out and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna lie and hurt you. But you're too shy to say it. And we both know what's going on. And if you ask, and I'm feeling we have something. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Welcome back from ads. Six ads. Oh my god. Yeah. Hate this. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Was it good song? Please replay it. Okay, there you go. I'll replay right now. It's a little blurry because the dumbass camera won't work and focus properly, but it's there. And actually, your background looks really nice, actually. For what I could see of it. What books have you got down there? I think that's fourth. Oh shit, what's it called? Is it Fourth Wing? I think it's called Fourth Wing. And is that also Iron Flame next to it? Maybe? At least that's what it looks like from the books. Have I read Fourth Wing? I have. And I have read Iron Flame, and Onyx Storm is on my list to read, and I do have the book. Yeah. And Onyx Storm's next to it. Nice. Yeah, I haven't read Onyx Storm. Not yet. The ending of Fourth Wing broke your heart. Oh, don't tell me that! Hedgehog has also read them. And one of our... Hedgehog and I, we have a friend named Raven Impulse. She has also read them. And Raven originally recommended it. And then Hedgehog is like, oh, I've been reading that too. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I've been hearing a lot of good things about it. So I started reading it. But yeah. But yeah, the ending of Fourth Wing broke your heart. And the ending of Iron Frame had you holding your breath. Me too. But yeah, don't say spoilers. But here you go. This is the puzzle. This is the active puzzle. It is a hallway with colourful lights. That's what the puzzle is meant to be. But exclamation point puzzle if you want to do the puzzle. You haven't read Onyx Storm yet? Yeah, neither have I. I know we played this song last stream, what I'm about to play, but I love it so much. That's okay. How I'm feeling. Understand, never gonna give you up. I'll let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Make you cry. Never say goodbye. Play all the songs? Yep. Absolutely. Don't tempt me. You'll spend years playing music you listen to. Yeah. You will hit the theoretical limit of requests, but the request limit is like so large that no one has ever hit it. At least I think I implemented that feature. If not, then you get unlimited requests. This is bonkers. This was a really great song. I do quite like this song since you played it yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? Whenever it was, I went and added it to my playlist, and yeah, I've had it ever since. Bit of a bonkers song, yep. Bonkers. 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 You love British music? Yeah. I'm bonkers. So maybe I'm bonkers. A little bit bonkers. So maybe I'm bonkers. I'll commit this song to memory one day. Maybe I'm bonkers. A little bit bonkers. Self and everybody else, I'm bonkers. Or maybe I'm bonkers. This little bonkers. I'm just being myself, but everybody else, I'm bonkers. You know it off by heart? Had it on repeat non-stop for 4 weeks when it came out. Nice. Oh, it happens. I like this song. Rode in about an hour, no cup of coffee, no shower, walk a share with 2 different shoes on. The song Run This Town by Ollie Murs has been added to the queue. Play it. Yeah, it'll play next. It's in the queue. It'll play next. It's so good. Same album as Bonkers. Nice. No reason, no complicated meaning, no need to work it. No need to overthink it. Let's go left it. It happens. I've been working like a dog. You know what? I know a little bit of it, yeah. Again, same with Bonkers. Like, it's It's not in my brain because we've listened to it recently. It's kind of there. Did I already play this last time? I think so. Or I may have gone off on a Ollie Murs listening streak. I don't remember. Oh, big yawn. Be together, us against the world forever. Alright. Ooh! Hegada Hogada. If you're still around, be prepared to, like, laugh in my face. I'm giving you permission. The Stream Deck plugin for Bot of the Spectre is now refusing to accept my API key. I enter it and it does not save. And I have no idea why. And I'm not happy. So, little context for this, right? I built a Stream Deck plugin for Bot of the Spectre. Now, it's not out for everyone. But it was working for me, and then I'm like, right, let's compile this into an installable plugin, and I'll send it to Hedgehog, because Hedgehog was really keen about it. And then Hedgehog's just like, the API key is not saving, and you have to re-enter it on each individual on each individual keys, the API key wasn't being passed to the other keys, because you should be able to enter the API key once, and every key looks at that API key that you entered for the system to work. Now, for whatever reason, it doesn't work. But now it's not even working for me, so my actual buttons don't work anymore. For the sound ones, that is, the custom command ones work perfectly. Like, I can trigger the Discord one, and there's the Discord one. But if I click the sound ones, it just gives me a triangle. Failed to play. Failed to trigger. So I have no idea. You started this same puzzle with 814 pieces. Oh, wow. You gave up when it got boring. Well, 814 pieces. That's a lot. We have a 1,000-piece puzzle for the community. Exclamation point 1,000 to get that puzzle. You have a 3,000-piece puzzle. Yeah. Be my ride or die. I felt like some Kathleen L. Because I watched her Twitch stream yesterday. And so I queued up a song. Huh? Did your link not work? It is. It's next in the queue. I've queued this one. You can check the queue, exclamation point queue. How rude. I was sneaky. There's so many times I've been warned I am dry. I don't wanna walk alone. Snuck that one through, yep. I don't want you for the night. Will you be my ride or die? You're offended. Being cheeky. Lost cars. I don't know if you followed your car. It's hard. Error. I don't want you only for the night. Will you be my ride?
Hello, motherfucker.
Or die. Hello to you too. I can tell you so many times. I've been left high and dry. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. That was clipped and recorded while I was playing some games. Ooh, me oh my. That Red Bull gives you wings. It was clipped and recorded. I was playing Chain Together. I was playing Chain Together with some friends, and we found a Red Bull can, which is a collectible in the game. And because we actually fell from pretty high up down below, and I'm like, oh, there's like a Red Bull can there. And then I made the joke, Red Bull gives you wings, but screamed wings, and it was clipped out, and now we have that forever. And because I thought it was so funny, you can actually hear the beginning of my laugh. You only for the night. Will you be my ride or die? I don't want you only for the night. Will you be my ride or die? Fortune, never give up. You're not a failure if you don't give up. You want pizza?
I'm a potato.
Oh, a potato. The edge is done. Nice. Banger this is. Yep. I'm gonna cue a couple of songs in. Which is outside of the rotation of the normal songs that I've got queued up, so... Okay, maybe 4 songs, because I was looking through my list and I'm like, ooh, haven't heard this song for a little bit. The album is from 2026, by the way. Brand new, January 16th. Nice. Same with Rocket, same album. Oh, yeah. What have I missed? With so many pieces, this picture has some big areas that are basically one color. Oh no. Oh, that would be the worst. I understand what you're saying now, yeah. More turtles. You love the sexy turtle? To calling you mine. Better luck next time. Yes. No. Too many times since love is blind, but I confess my mind's set. Setting sun left. You need to clean your piercing? No worries. We'll be here. We're not going anywhere. I was kinda used to all in your mind. Are you staying next to your phone? No worries.
I've been looking for something that will give me peace of mind.
Huh.
You make me insecure. I pretend that
Hey, that's working. Do you want to see the project I'm working on? Of course you do. Here you go. This is a spinny wheel. You spin it, and it picks a prize. This is actually for a particular reason. This is actually a request from a community member that uses Spectre. They use a dedicated website for this, and they were like, can Spectre do it? So I was looking at integrating something like this into our OBS app. Well, kind of OBS app. The actual Spectre app. By the way, if you didn't know, I'm programming a Windows app for Spectre. I'm just fixing just a tiny itsy bitsy little bug that I've just found. Cool? Oh, fun. Yeah. Yeah, so I need to add in a configuration, like a little settings cogwheel probably at the top here, and excuse me. I will sell you my soul for a moment to show you that I'm yours. Bless you, thank you. I'll seem cold. More blood? Oh no. The devil, and I will sell you my soul just for a moment to show you that I'm yours. In my bones, and when you love me, you know you will now seem cold. Okay. Does that make it a little bit smoother? Did the colors just change? Pink? Oh, the colors do change. Okay, I was going to say, why did the colors change? rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain. Purple rain. Okay, so that should... That should give me the settings. Ah, it needs to be over here. But that's awesome. Sort of. Okay. That'll fix colors as well as that button. Yes! No. Okay, now I need to fix that settings because it opens up there and it doesn't just open here. So, yes, I know it compiled. I already run the app. I hit compile and I'm like, I can just run the app, and if the app runs, then so be it. But yeah. Now I need to set the position of the settings cogwheel. So if I do... dialogue width, dialogue height, and then I want to... what do I want to do? I want to update the task. I want to set the info to be linked to root. And where the dialogue height is and where the root is, so we want to be center. Right. Yes. Amazing. Right. Done. Nice cleaning job. You gotta go, sadly. Gotta get ready to go to the shop. Need new vape liquid. Vaping. No worries though. Appreciate you hanging out for a little bit. We will be here for another just under 5. Not just under 5 hours. Apparently my timer crashed. 2 hours and 16 minutes. I don't know why my timer stopped working. But yeah, we're still here for another 2 hours. I'm like 4 hours. No, that doesn't make sense. But if you're gonna go, let's run the lotto. Chat games, draw lotto. Any winners? No winners. I'm so sorry. Rigged. You'll only be going an hour-ish. Shop opens in 20 minutes. It will take 15 minutes to get there and back. No worries. We'll be here then. We'll definitely be here. Shrimp. We'll be right back. No worries. Okay. Drink fingers of whiskey. Oh, yeah. One more for the road. Been out of sight. One more for the boxes. Ain't out of sight. the road. So nice. Faded out of sight. One more for the road. Lead me back home.
I wander through the world, lost no one inside. You try to catch my loneliness, and I don't put
Sort of
up
thing.
a fight. Just try to
Over
catch
again. Hearted man.
to the side. Just let me fall into loneliness. Stuck in the middle of the storm. It is my home. It is my home. Stuck in the meaning of your words. They guide me home. They guide me home. Oh, I tried so hard to run from all the shit I've done. And I try to hide my face, but I'm still trapped in this space.
Very nice way to put it out.
All that's left are all my tears.
You're a fool-hearted man.
'Cause I've been trying to fill this I've been trying to fill this
Oh, you're listening, leaving somebody something hidden. Here's the house memory.
the storm. It is my home. It is my home. Stuck in the meaning of your words. They guide me home. They guide me home. Oh, I tried so hard to run from all the shit I've done. And I try to hide my face, but I'm still trapped in this space. Try to run from all my fears. All that's left are all my tears. There's a truth that I've destroyed. 'Cause I've been trying to fill this
Fool-hearted man.
Oh, I tried so hard to run from all the shit I've done. And I try to hide my face, but I'm still trapped in this space. Try to run from all my fears. All that's left are all my tears.
at you right now.
Feel you beside me when I close my eyes. Sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. I can hear your voice like an echo.
Well, this song is a blast from the past. Yeah. Let me down.
Feel you beside me when I close my eyes. Sometimes I feel like I am losing my mind. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. Don't ever let go. I can hear your voice like an echo. Tell me that you won't ever let
Ads in 5 minutes. Everything. Cool. That works. It's not everything, everyone. Pardon me. Just meet me in the middle. In the middle. Look at that puzzle coming along. Oh my lord. Just meet me in the middle. You're locked in and enjoying it? That's good. We always have a community puzzle going on. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? Just a little. Meet me in the middle. Just meet me in the middle. Yes, build me a man. Damn it. Damn it. I want to get my arms on a woman like you. Welcome back from ads. Thank you. You're welcome. I wouldn't do to get my arms on a woman like you. Oh no, I'm out of water. I know we just took an ad break, so I'm not going to go to the be right back screen, but I will be right back because I need to get more water. All right. Don't rush. Ah, that's okay. Country's barn. I am out of ice, so what I will ask, or what I will do in the morning, because we used to run the ice maker all the time, but we don't do it anymore. And so I just use the rest of the ice. I'll put the machine on in the morning. Damn, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, like we were running it 24/7. Well, this was at the old house. So, you know, we had solar and, you know, we had everything else. But in this new house, we haven't been running it all the time. We've just been running it as we need it, so... Old country barn. On a night like this. Mm-hmm. Tried to hate his advice, but now I'm thinking it sounded kinda nice. It's just what I need on a night like this. Long walk in the dark, someone I can't resist. Rendezvous, a little mystery. Do you want to watch the last piece? Yeah, we're watching. And there'll be fireworks and everything. Yay! It's just what I need on a night like this. A long walk in the dark, someone I can't resist. A little rendezvous. On a night like this. Little rendezvous, little mystery. What I need. Under, I'm sleeping under.
I spent so long looking to the past, wondering why it never could last. Wishing I could change the future before I ever even saw it. I tried to stop the
Would you
sands
rescue
of
me?
time, control it all inside, but it slowly ate me up. No, it was never enough, till I learned how to be here and now. Make peace with the plan, be happy where I am.
Would you rescue me? Would you rescue me? Would you rescue me?
I didn't want to feel the weight of finding joy in every day, so I hid in the past or tried to make new plans. I tried to stop the sands of time, control it all inside, but it slowly ate me
Oh
up,
God, yes.
turned bitter
She's got it all.
in my blood. I had to learn how to be here and now, find my own path, be happy where I am.
It's easy to see she's the perfect girl. Don't think makes up my wildest dreams. My soul, my wishes, all of my love, my hopes, my kiss, everything that means anything at all. All of my life I stand open, I could give someone such devotion. Every sweet memory I can recall. And she's got it all. Someone such devotion. 1,000 times. Thousand times. Fine. Love this song. May think I'm talking foolish. Heard that I'm wild and I'm free. You may wonder how I can promise you now. Love that I feel for you always will be. And it's just time that I'm killing. On one of those guys. Or as I live, this love that I give is gonna be yours until the day that I die. Oh baby, I'm gonna love you forever. Forever and ever, amen. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather. As long as old women sit and talk about old men. If you wonder how long I'd be faithful, be happy to tell you again. I'm gonna love you forever and ever, forever and ever, amen. Say times exists on body. Down here, turn. I'm in love with your hair. I'll love you anyway. X on the memory. I always forget things they knew. Oh, it's easy to see. It's happening to me. I've already forgotten every woman but you. Oh, darling, I'm gonna love you forever. Forever and ever, amen. I'm gonna sit and sit and talk about the weather. Sit and talk about old men. Faithful. I'm gonna love you forever and ever, forever and ever, amen. Forever and ever, forever and ever. Amen. Sun is hard on that old clock is moving slow, and so am I. And it's July. You're the limit. But I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Some shake is gonna take all afternoon, half the night. I know there'll be hell to pay, baby, that's alright. The vacation's gonna start right here. Just sailed away. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go and see. I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I forgot how hard puzzles are when you can't see the photo. At the top of your screen, there's a little photo icon. You can click on it to preview the photo. And be back to work before 2. I can't help but wonder, what would Jimmy Buffett do? Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. Thank you. You're welcome. Right, let's restart the bot. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I lost my spine somewhere since I was unaware, suppressing memories in broken melodies. Who the hell is crying inside? Who the hell is screaming outside?
Good morning, Bandit. You missed one of your favorite songs? Oh no! What did you miss? Nothing but bad news on. What's so crazy? The 5 o'clock? Ah, yep. Two left feet and two her
Keep choosing missteps as my mistress. Am I really that hooked on this train?
We just dance.
What the fuck happened to my life?
We just dance.
Why do I keep letting myself down? Do I keep walking with nothing, nowhere? Lasting my years forever after.
Come on. Me crazy. going on there, baby? Why don't we just dance? We just dance. Front porch looking in. Oh, sticking to my shoes. Panoramic view. How'd you sleep, Bandit? So good to see you back. For me. You slept well? That's great. Sippy cup of milk. No, I want the rose on wrong. Likes to dress herself. All of them. I love the most. Sippy cup of milk. Those beautiful girls, holding both of them. It might slumping around. I'm down my stomping ground. My thing. What man? The stupid grin. Last time I wanna cry. I wanna try it. Cause he don't know the moves I'm still flying. I'll take my classes. I'm gonna bounce back up and kick some asses. I've waited long enough. You think you own me? You don't control me. Think you hurt me saying that I'm freaky. You're just a fake. I'm here to stay. Friend, I don't walk away. You won't own me. I control you, baby. Don't me. I control you. Alright, I am fixing the database for everyone. That uses the bot. I'm up to user number 22. We have so many users of the bot, it's fantastic. So what was that, number 22? Nope, number 23 now. Where's Bandit? Is Bandit on the list? Bandit's number 43. Alright, I'm up to 24. 25. I mean, this is going pretty quick. Where's Ironic? Ironic's just before Bandit. Ironic's 42 and Bandit's 43. Very deep inside. I was out of hope until I looked in your eyes. $28. $29. You're my missing piece. 30. Out upon the blue, I don't fear the waves, as the lane led me to you. 31. Till my final breath, I'll love you all my life. 32. $33. Ads in 5 minutes. $35. Missing piece. 36. $37. $38.
We wanna pretend that we know it all. But
39.
the farthest thing from the truth. Yeah. With all of the time that we spent trying to hold it off. Well, it's here now, and it's hurting me and you. Yeah. You were happy in the moment, yeah, you know it. But the time is ticking away now, and there's so damn much left to stay.
40. 41. Then we have Ironic Hay. Hey! I'm just fixing your database for the bot. Migrating it over to the tweak that we just did. Now Bandit. That's where I'm up to. Why, thank you. You're welcome. When you come around to using the bot next, it will work with no issues. Bandits was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 updates behind. Which is weird. Don't you restart the bot regularly, Bandit? Oh no, these are the updates today. Never mind, ignore me. Bandit, you're actually up to date. You were just missing some tables. Ironic Hay was actually behind. Every time you stream. Yeah, I thought so. That's where I was just like, wait, this log of your channel looks different. It's because it was updating the missing tables from today's update to the beta bot, so yeah. All the others, though, they're all on the old version, which we're migrating to now. Or migrating them to now. A few of them actually don't need that much work. But I'm just watching the script. It's probably processing them at like a channel every 5 seconds, it looks like. Which is not too bad. We're up to 47 already. $48. $49. Number 50 is Silky Socks, one of our lovely VIP members of the community and a dear friend. I didn't think Suki used the bot. I mean, she's logged in before, but I don't know if she actually uses the bot yet. Oh man, I had a hard day. Pour me a cold one, and oh, by the way, rub my feet, give me something to eat. Fix me up my favorite treat, honey, and back I need to relax and watch TV. Hey, hey, honey, I'm home. Ooh, that's a big update. Number 53 was a massive update. 54? 54 is a big update too, wow. And 55. It's the second last one, because we have 56 members of the bot. 55 was a big update too. And what about TGR? Our good friend TGR. He's going to start using our bot. Only a little update. Nice. Honey, I'm home. I had a hard day. Call me a cold one, and oh, by the way, you rub my feet, give me something to eat. Honey, I'm back, mine's killing me. I need to relax and watch TV. Get off the phone, give the dog a bone. Hey, hey, honey, I'm home. Oh. Oh, cow. On the couch. Oh, is that the same old way? I'm driving home and it's incredibly late. Something's gotta change, 'cause I've been wrapped around her finger since the first time we went out. Every day and every night she's all I think about. That girl beside me. Let's go out. I think it's time to put the ring on the finger I'm wrapped around. I don't know. Went and bought the perfect stone. Going up and down on the phone. I'm taking him to dinner Sunday night. I've never been so nervous in my life. I wanna do this right, 'cause I've been wrapped around a finger since the first time we went out. And every night is all I think about. I need that girl beside me when the lights go out. And time to put a ring on that finger I'm wrapped around. Welcome back from ads. The last time you heard that song, you were like 15. Yeah, I know, it was a long time for me as well. Very much. I know it's only been 7 months. That's long enough. I've been wrapped around the finger since the first time we went out. And day and every night is all I think about. And that girl beside me when the lights go out. I think it's time to put a ring on the finger I'm wrapped around. And to put a ring on the finger I'm wrapped around. You back home now? Welcome back home. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Most nights I pray for you to come home. Praying for my soul. Don't go. Most nights I hardly sleep when I'm alone. Now please don't go. I think of you whenever I'm alone. So please don't go. Please don't go. That's what I have to say. I'm not alone. Don't go. Hydrate. I can do that. The bot should also now respond to puzzles being completed as well. I finally released that update. I did that like, I don't know, an hour ago I think it was, something like that. So you've been at this puzzle for almost an hour. Could you run into? Could you going round into me? Has it actually been that long? I think so. Maybe. Maybe half hour. When was the bot restarted? 2044 and it's now 2116. So, half hour? But you've been at that puzzle for a little bit before the bot was restarted, so something like that. That last one took you over a bit over an hour? Yeah. Your nonsense makes sense. Great song. Okay, I'm fixing the chatter overlay. The chatter overlay. The credits overlay. More importantly, the chatters in the overlay. Where if the list is too large, it should scroll in the names. But I've got 5 people that's chatted today. And I think the threshold is 5, so if we get a 6, it should scroll for us. But the I doubt that there'd be anyone that comes in to say hello or chat anything extra. Maybe. You made a server, but because of what your so-called friend did, you were going to delete the server. Just wondering if you wanted to play on it. Chest hunt minigame before you delete it. What? What are you talking about? Oh, Minecraft. God, I haven't touched Minecraft in a while. You have been lately? Ironic? And Bandit has, but not regularly. Yeah. Probably not for you, but thanks for the offer. Yeah. You started the Forever World with some basic URL mods. Nice. I have a Forever World. My Forever World is also a server, and my family plays on it. My sisters, my dad, we all play on it. It's great. You'd love to see my Forever World one day? Yeah. Maybe when I get back into Minecraft. We need like one more chatter, I think, for that threshold. Like, I don't know, someone just needs to come in like Pixie Dust. And it's deleted. We've seen Hedgehog. Hedgehog's on the list. Yeah, Hedgehog, Ironic, Marks Bandit, Shrimp, and Trav. So we haven't seen... Yeah, we haven't seen Pixie Dust. We haven't seen Roro. Oh my god, fireworks! An hour and a half. Wow. We've completed another puzzle. That's one puzzle's completed. Yep, because now it's tracking. I mean, I will go in and update it, but now it's tracking. How's Troy? Have I heard? I have not. I have not heard anything. Love this picture. Yeah.
Hold me as the night gets cold. Feel the time gets slow. Too much time to waste in this life I hold me as the night gets cold. Feel the time gets slow. Too much time to waste in this life I
Coffee. To us.
Drop it.
Wish you can stay the rest of the stream. You're falling asleep right now. No worries. You haven't slept last night because of what happened. That's understandable. You're trying to sleep night. Good night, even though it's nearly 11 a.m. Oh my god. Yeah, good night. Good day. You sleep well and wake rested regardless. We're only here for another about 17.5 minutes. So we're not too far behind you. And we shall see you in tomorrow's stream.
I take pics where we kiss, and I'm with you. Those were carefree times, we belong backyard, and we ran away like hell. Was the old tree house? I won't forget this. I'll never stop the clocks forever. Stop the clocks.
Night for you. You're always awake in the night. The night is day for me. Yeah, very, very true.
if I didn't have? Why do we make things so complicated when they're not? Why don't we just let this play out in each other's arms? Why do we always fall apart right at the end? And why don't we live the life that we were meant to live? Why don't we? Why won't we? What would I do if we didn't have you? If I didn't have you? If I didn't have you? If I didn't have you, what would I? If I didn't have you, what would I? If I didn't have you, what would I say? If I didn't have you, what would I do? If I didn't have you, what would I say? If I didn't have you, if I didn't have you, what would I do? If I didn't have you, if I didn't have you.
Move your feet like this. Move your feet like this. Move your feet like this. Move your feet like this.
Baby, I want you here to rescue me when I'm no longer stronger to go through. 'Cause I've been on my own and I'm no longer stronger on my own. You help me go through it again and find a stronger on my own. You help me go through it again.
Alrighty. I appreciate you all hanging out. That is the end of stream. I just finished the last thing that I needed to do. Completed yet another puzzle. That is amazing. Took you 45 minutes. That's awesome. Thanks for the stream. You are more than welcome. Who do we have on right now? No one. Cat Dad. Cat Dad's on. But we've already Cat Dad recently. So I don't see anyone. So we're just gonna go on. I'm gonna dump you all over in the bot. Now, for those on the puzzle, Ironic Hay, Bandit, and maybe Hedgehog. I think Hedgehog maybe did a little bit of puzzling as well today. The puzzle links are always active. They work while I'm offline. And I think they fixed the queuing, so it should, when you complete one puzzle, continue to move on without any manual intervention, which is what I've been doing over the last couple of streams. I've been manually moving it on to the next puzzle, so I think I've fixed that now. But yeah, it looked like it worked because we finished one puzzle and the next one automatically started, which is really, really awesome. But yeah, thank you for the stream. It's been great. It's been awesome having you back as well. We all missed you. It's been working? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right. Delusional. Usual. Beautiful. That was reality. All right. Now, I hope I fixed the credits. If you're streaming today, Bandit, and you, when you come to end your stream, let me know if the credits are fixed. You shouldn't need to do anything. It should just work. That change should just work. So just let me know. Yeah. You won't stream today? Not until tomorrow. Ah, okay. No worries. Maybe tomorrow might be a bigger stream for us. Maybe. And we might move that threshold from 5 people. So, yeah. But anyway, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Look at all those wonderful chatters on screen right now. And in the graveyard. Hedgehog O'Brien, Mark's Bandit, Ironic Hay, Trev Lav, and Shrimp. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to throw you into the bot. But I shall see you all tomorrow after work, which is in... I actually can't see that. 18 hours and 45 minutes time. Click that schedule link to see what time we go live in your time zone. Alternatively, there is the Discord link from Spectre. When you join the Discord server, if you do wish to join yet another Discord server, jump into those auto rolls channel. That auto rolls channel. Let's try and speak English, shall we? And grab that Twitch live. Click that Twitch live button to get the Twitch alert roll, and you'll be notified on Discord when we go live. All the automation behind Spectre is also on the Discord. So the moment we go live, it sends a notification through all the systems, including Discord. But until then, I shall see you all next time. We'll raid Bot of the Spectre. Thank you, and thank you all once again for hanging out. If you were here for 5 seconds, 5 minutes, or for the last 5 hours and 13 minutes, thank you. Thank you, and thank you all once again for hanging out. Let's have a nice outro song. Like this song. I've been liking this song lately. So we'll have this song as an outro. Thank you, and thank you all once again. I shall see you all in tomorrow's stream. Have a fantastic time zone. It is good night from me. Bye-bye.